Good evening, everyone. My name is William Iannuzzi. I'm President of the Board of Education. I would like to call this meeting to order. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Mr. Iannuzzi,
Here.
Ms. Barrios Brooks, Ms. Lewis, Ms. Castellano Minaya, Ms. Clayton Fernandez. Here. Ms. Ross,
Here.
Mr. Single,
Here.
Mr. Vega,
Here.
Ms. Williams.
Present.
A quorum is present.
Colleagues, can I get a motion and a second to go immediately into executive session to meet with District Council and discuss the employment history of particular persons, which may lead to the employment of a particular person?
So moved, Williams.
Second, Ross.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We should be back around 7 o'clock to reconvene the public session of the meeting.
It's going up and down.
Hello, just a real quick message. If anybody would like an updated agenda, if you grabbed one from the table, there's been a change. Monica and Rolanda have the updated agenda, so just please raise your hand, say please and thank you. You should be all set.
Travis, we're good? Yep. Good evening, everyone. My name is William Iannuzzi. I'm president of the Board of Education. I'd like to reconvene the public session of the meeting. Colleagues, can I get a motion and second to reconvene the public session of the meeting?
So moved, Castellano Minaya.
Second, Williams.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Could we all please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? Good evening, all. Before we start the meeting, I do want to say that tonight we do have a lot of people sign up for public comment, and we want to make sure every single person who signs up tonight will have the full 3 minutes to speak, and anybody who wants to sign up in person will get the full 3 minutes to speak. So if you haven't already signed up, please sign up with Millie, the clerk, over there on the side. First up is our Board of Education announcements. Do any of my colleagues have any announcements they would like to make? Seeing none, we're going to move on to the superintendent's report. Dr. Reynolds, I'll throw it over to you.
Thank you very much, President Iannuzzi. To my board members, I greet you this evening. To all of the individuals who are here in the audience, I welcome you and I wish you a great hello. And to those members who are at home or who will be watching at a later date, I hope that you're having a great evening tonight. Through the Board of Education President, good evening again. I'd like to firstly start off by celebrating students, which is why we're all here. I'd like to congratulate our New Rochelle High School boys varsity basketball team and special recognition to one of our New Rochelle High School indoor track and field long distance runners. I'll give you the name in a minute. I'd like to congratulate, after becoming Section 1 Class AAA champions, our New Rochelle High School boys varsity basketball team advanced to the sub-regional postseason game against Section 4 champs, Corning Painted Post High School. Our Huguenots were victorious in that contest. And they won that game by a score of 64-51. From there, we advanced to the Class AAA State Regional Finals, where, unfortunately, we were defeated by Newburgh Free Academy by a score of 56-44. Moving on to the world of track and field indoor, I'd like to congratulate New Rochelle High School's very own Ryan Temistocle on he was successful at the New York State Public High School Athletic Association State Championship in boys indoor track and field. He earned the title of 600-meter run champion. So let's give Ryan a round of applause. Now, I've always stated, I used to be on the track and field team when I was in high school, but if you ever see me running, you should probably run too, okay? So please join me in congratulating our Section 1 champions and Class AAA State Regional Semifinal winners, Huguenot Boys Varsity Basketball Team, and 600-meter run champion Ryan Temistocle on a great season. As we're in March, please be reminded that we are still celebrating our Women and Women's History Month. And please be reminded that all offices and schools will be closed on Monday, March 31st, 2025, in celebration of Eid al-Fitr, the Muslim holiday that recognizes the end of the season of Ramadan. And with that, Mr. President, I relinquish the microphone.
Thank you, Dr. Reynolds. I just have one more thing I forgot. Next Thursday at 4 o'clock at New Rochelle High School will be the planetarium dedication ceremony after Bruce Zeller. So if you're around, come to 4 o'clock. If you haven't drove by, the sign is already up on the side of the planetarium. It looks very, very nice. Yeah. So our next item on the agenda is the Davis presentation. So we'll throw it over to our Davis team. Mr. Membrola, do you want us to stay here or move? So colleagues, if you can grab your mic and please find a seat in the audience.
And as the board makes that transition, I just wanted to align us to our next conversation this evening. As I stated previously, the reason for all that we do is children. Our children are the sole purpose of our profession, and it's quite honestly a very selfish reason for me to be in education is because I want to ensure that we are preparing the leaders of our future who are going to take care of me when I'm older. I'm going to say older because I'm already old. So that's the purpose of a good education, is to ensure that we have citizens in place who are going to take care of us adults when we get older. And there's no better place to understand the learning and accomplishments of students than here at Davis Elementary School. There's only a few times in my life, because I am a Giants fan, that I will ever call myself a Dolphin. When I come to Davis, I am always proud to be a Dolphin. And we are led down this discovery by our esteemed principal, Mr. Anthony Bambrola and his team.
Thank you. So, good evening. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to Davis School. To our Board of Education members, President Iannuzzi, Superintendent Reynolds, Cabinet, community, staff, Fuse, our guests, welcome to Davis. A lot of people say in their way in, like, I've never been up here. Well, now you're here, and I hope you just love our energy. So, I want to start in a place I probably should start, which is in recognition of a busy agenda tonight. I want to thank everyone. I recognize that although we have a lot to cover tonight in general in the board's agenda, we have, even weeks ago, prepared a presentation that really highlighted both staff and kids who are going to be a big part of what we're doing tonight. And I know they've worked really hard and they're excited about it. So are you excited, or now you're like, no, what did I get myself into? So thank you, everyone, for honoring them and supporting them tonight. Please give them your best cheers when they're up here. I appreciate it. Tonight's presentation will carry a theme of student empowerment, highlighting both the ability and the importance towards creating opportunities for young people to be and to become change agents in our world. We'll do so tonight through the lens of writing in the classroom, as well as our Black History Month focus from February, and finally a spotlight on the inspiring work of our Long Island Sound Project Club in partnership with Mercer University and our friends at Jefferson School. As a balance to the many theatrical and choral performances that sometimes our board meetings have enjoyment, we've kind of integrated our students into our presentation tonight, so they're really excited to be talking to you about all of the initiatives I just named. And of course, we will conclude with our 10-year recognition honors. At Davis School, we welcome a vibrant and diverse community each day, beautifully representing our city of New Rochelle. Not just racially and ethnically, but that our diversity is reflected in the needs of our learners. Within and across our classrooms, ensuring that every individual who steps into our space feels affirmed, welcomed, and challenged at their just right place. And our district vision and mission, as we often say, stakeholders should be able to ascertain the values that are embedded in these statements, not simply by reading them, but when they step into our schools, they should experience them, they should see them, they should feel them, they should hear them, and you know what those values are just by spending time in our schools with our amazing educators. So we're going to start by talking just a little bit about student writing tonight. And at Davis, and surely across all of our community, we believe deeply in student empowerment, creating opportunities for students to be change agents, to amplify their voices, and supporting them to link their words to action with values that we deeply believe under this roof. This lives in many places in our daily work each day here, and I'll begin by talking a bit about student writing, with a specific focus on standard line work of opinion and argument writing. Our students engage in this each year across all grades K to 5. The work is rigorous, And the true challenges lie in all those planning and revision processes that great writers engage with. They're seeking to communicate a message, and it's our job as teachers and as educators to help them do that and amplify their voices in the most effective ways possible. Our dolphins have choice when they pick up their pencil, and tonight we're going to spotlight this inspiring work of a few third grade students and teachers to think about how they can change the world for the better. So I now invite two very close friends from the last few days of practicing, Leah Sanchez and Wes Walker, two of our amazing dolphin writers, up to share a bit about their work in writing. Test, test.
People in my class have all sorts of ideas on things to change. People in my class have all sorts of ideas on things to change. Santiago thinks we should get a 3D printer for Davis.
Really? That would be cool. I heard that Ryan wrote about getting a kids' lunch in each school.
That'd be awesome. Kids were writing about all sorts of things, getting mindfulness charge in each class, fixing the water fountains, fire safety. Someone even wrote about how we should have another Lego wall.
Wow, that's so cool. That could be fun for kids who want to be creative. I had friends write about getting solar panels at Davis and more Spanish books in the library. What did you write about, Wes?
I think our garden should be bigger. How about you?
I wrote about how people just need to stop coming to school sick. Then it gets the rest of us sick too.
As we began our argument writing unit, we started by thinking about things we wanted to change for the better. In my class, we made a list of things we wanted to change. Some classes even walked around the school with notebooks to come up with ideas.
Once we had our ideas, our teachers worked hard with us to teach us how to really convince our readers of our arguments. One way we made our arguments stronger was by coming up with really good reasons to support our opinions. We then used real-life examples to help our reader relate to what we were saying. Like in my piece, I used examples of how many people got the flu, and even our teacher was sick for several days. Miss Jones. I love you,
Boo. Yeah, I kind of did that too. I was putting in stories of my experience in the garden to help my reader understand why it's so important to make it bigger. Our class also worked on hooking our reader right at the beginning with questions and facts to really get the reader's attention.
We also learned a lot of writing skills that help connect our ideas. We learned how to put our ideas in a certain order to make them more convincing.
Yeah, and using linking words to help it read smoother.
In our conclusion, we also worked on suggestions from our reader for the future. I wrote about ways people could take care of themselves to get less sick.
Cool. Other kids in my class did that too. I focused on saying my big reasons again at the end so they're clear to the reader.
Overall, I think I'm a better writer now. I know more about how to give multiple reasons to support my argument and give real-life situations in my writing.
Yeah, before I would have done like one reason that was not very convincing. Now I learned how to think of a lot of reasons. I'm going to use these skills in real life too. Before, if I wanted something, I would just say, please, can I? Now it will come up strong reasons why.
Yeah, I'm totally using these skills at home with my mom and dad. Maybe to get ice cream tonight.
Totally, I'll join.
Great job, my friends. And now that guy starts talking again, and it takes a different turn. I'm really proud of both of you. They worked hard in a much less full auditorium over the last couple days. So I'm going to be quick here because this presentation's not about how we teach writing. That could be its own presentation, but this is about student empowerment and how that lives in our curriculum. But a quick snapshot, because it is important to see this progression. We put a slide up here that wasn't really meant for reading. The real intention of this slide was to show you that there is a progression of this work starting in kindergarten, right? In kindergarten, kids are starting to make lists. They start making petitions in early grades, just coming up with an opinion period and getting to a place where some are coming up with a reason for the opinion. But as we work to the middle grades with Wes and Leah, we start to see how this work develops with claims, supporting evidence, more detail, starting to think about the way I order my ideas. And as we build towards our upper grades, our 4th, our 5th grade, getting them ready for middle school, these pieces become much more sophisticated, right? We're now coming up with very nuanced ideas. We're coming up with counterclaims. We're learning how to do research to support ideas. Today I was in a 5th grade classroom. The teacher did an amazing job, and she was talking about having them go do interviews with people who were experts on topics to support the arguments they were trying to make. There is a progression and a logic to this work that is built with our youngest teachers, and this is a reflection of that work slowly taking those just right steps every year. So for the 3rd graders, thank you for highlighting that work this evening. What's great about this as well is our teachers, they have meaningful progressions that are standard aligned. They can coach in and say, I know where each of my writers are or is. They can say, you know what, right now, the way you do your leads, I'm gonna coach you exactly what we do in 2nd grade, and then I'll bump you up to that next level with some very targeted teaching. Whereas some writers might be ready for a little more, and we're gonna take them and we're gonna meet them right where they are. I rarely get complaints from parents about not challenging our kids in writing because teachers are excellent at finding out where kids are and finding them on the progression. But you know what? Students can also do that work too. And a lot of us as teachers and educators in this space have seen that often students have these checklists in front of them as well to hold themselves accountable. They can self-assess their pieces and they can say, you know what? This is what I'm working on right now. Here are goals that I'm working on, and here are some things that I can do better, and this is my next step for that. So I've totally abandoned my script, but that's okay because the ideas are here. The big point here is that New York State calls these lifelong learning or lifelong habits of writers. Every one of us in this room knows that although our goal is to help readers and writers and mathematicians grow in those areas, in addition to all the other subject areas, in the end, we want to build a foundation for those skills so they can use them to make change in this world, right? We want them to apply these skills and transfer that knowledge into places to say, I am equipped now to make a difference and impact this world for the positive. And that's what our ultimate work is. When our 5th graders are graduating across the stage, when mine is graduating in a few months, I'm just getting over that right now, that's what I want for him, right? I want him to be a good reader. I want him to be a good writer. I want him to be a good mathematician. I want him to be a lot of things. But ultimately, I want him to feel like he can use those skills to contribute to this world in a positive way. And learning these skills, and thank you to our hardworking teachers to do that, puts students in positions to make change possible. So congrats to everyone that is engaged in that hard work every single day. I am now gonna welcome our wonderful assistant principal, Miss Lori Marinero, up to the meeting. Lori is going to put another spotlight on our recent work in February for our Black History Month theme this year that again was helping to work with our teachers and our students on empowering and inspiring change through the power of words. So Lori, it's all yours.
All right. Thank you, Anthony. Welcome to all these, thank you, to these beautiful people in our audience tonight. Thank you so much for coming out to Davis, friends, colleagues. I recognize so many of you, and it's really wonderful to see you all here tonight. So every February, people across the country, we know they honor the contributions and sacrifices of Black Americans who have helped shape the nation, but we all know that Black history does not live in the month of February alone. So we incorporated some of this student advocacy work into the month of February, as we do each year at Davis. We use the month of February as a point of inspiration for the many months ahead. And this year we took that inspiration from Amanda Gorman, a Black poet and activist who primarily focuses on issues of oppression, feminism, and race in her writing. Each day, we focused on the positive power of our words for change, opening the celebration on Monday, February 3rd, with Amanda Gorman's book, Change Sings. And a big thanks to our teachers because they included this in their daily work with our students. We continued with quotes like that from one book in particular, Kindness is Power, which was written by one of our students, Jake Grinberg, when he was just in 2nd grade. Right, now that's right. He's not here tonight, but he knows we're talking about him. He's now a 5th grader at Davis, and Jake's words still have power, reminding us that kindness is everywhere, it is always around you. So we went on each day to highlight single words, quotes, poems, texts, or other works, and our classroom teachers encouraged students to consider how these words might inspire them to make a positive change for themselves, for Davis, for New Rochelle, and for the world. You can go to the next one. Classroom teachers worked with students to add inspiring words and quotes to pieces of paper in the forms of bricks. To emphasize our strong belief that inspiration can be found in our words, Davis students built a word wall, brick by brick, which is displayed in the library hallway, and we really hope you get a chance to walk by it and see it. It's beautiful and very inspiring. Slide 3. Just around the corner from this beautiful display is our Davis Lego wall, which was originally created in 2019 by a kindergarten student named Peter Graves, and he had a vision in kindergarten for this Lego wall. He asked his father, he asked us, he asked his uncle, and he came in on the weekends, and they created it. Flash forward to February of this year, and I was visiting classrooms and noticed that grade 3 was working on their writing opinion pieces, and you can see how convincing they are, right? You saw that? Okay. So their ideas for change, they were perfect examples of the power of student voice. You heard about some of these ideas from Leah and Wes already. And as Mr. B said, their written work advocated for many positive changes across our school, including rejuvenating the Lego wall. So I casually shared the students' opinions about the Lego wall with 2 5th graders, Jake Grinberg, who you just heard about, who wrote a book already in 2nd grade and is still working on, student voice, and Adrian Natera. Can you stand up? Can you come over? I need to see you for a second. Say hi.
Hello, guys.
Adrian is a leader from exactly where he stands as a 5th grader at Davis. Do you see his lanyard? I don't know if you can see that. I did not ask him to wear that, but you see it? Show it off, show it off, show it off. Right? He has his very own lanyard because...
What?
Why do you have your... Well, good question. Yeah.
Because I'm a leader and I help people do better and not make, don't...
Problems on the bus?
Yeah.
Say it.
Don't get them in trouble or something, or because the problem's on the bus.
Yeah. He's a problem solver. 5th grade problem solver. Thank you. This is his family, who you're going to hear about in a minute. Mr. and Mrs. Natera, Lenny, who's coming to us in kindergarten, and Ruby, who's already here. Okay, take a seat with your family so I can tell them all about you. All right. Okay, so I casually shared this idea, truly, with the students. They were in my office having lunch with me by choice, I swear. There was no coercion in that. They jumped at the chance to make the 3rd graders' dreams come true. Immediately. I was just talking to them in the office. We were eating lunch together, and I said, wow, these 3rd graders, remember when you were in 3rd grade and you wrote about, and they were like, let's do it. Okay, how do you do that? So from there, Adrian, Jake, and our very own Miss Costa, who is one of our permanent building subs, and also our resident artist, no joke, artist, amazing. Okay, so she devised a plan, they all did, together, that involved bringing their families together at Davis on a Sunday to work behind the scenes before the big reveal on Monday. They were very, very serious about this. They're like, no one can know. We have to come in. So can you please stand again, family? Because they all came in and their thumbs were sore. Literally, thumbs were sore. The best part is that Miss Natera's mom and dad, Mr. and Mrs. Baez, who own A No. 1 Pizza, they supplied pizza for us, for all of us, our families. It was a true family event, Beautiful. Thank you so much for that. It was beautiful. And it was in 2019 when the Lego wall was first built, until now, as it was in 2019, I'm sorry, when the Lego wall was first built until now, student voice is the inspiration for these great changes. And all along, re-envisioning the Lego wall has been a true team effort, from students to their siblings, to their parents, to their grandparents, as you heard, to Ms. Costa, to our PTA for funding, to our staff who donated Legos, which they probably will never get back, I'm really sorry, and to our monitors who sorted them brick by brick, piece by piece. We were able to make a masterpiece all inspired by words. And so, like we said, third grade, look at our fifth grader, right? Our fifth grade leader who took this and made it happen. Okay, all right. So the initiative that we aim to inspire at Davis can be captured in this quote by Marley Diaz, and if you don't know about her, she's a literary activist who we highlighted on February 12th this year. Marley campaigned at the age of just 12 to collect books that represent girls of color as the main character. And with a goal of 1,000 books to be sent to Jamaica, which was her mother's birthplace, Marley went on to collect over 10,000 books, and she's still counting. She later became a Black female author herself. By using the power of her words to write, Marley gets it done. And as Marley Diaz said, anyone can change the world however they want for the better. And just in case we still need a reminder of this as to the power of our words and the power of our voices for positive change at any age, Amanda Gorman will be there to remind us, and I quote from her beautiful book. If you don't have it, please go grab it. "There is hope where my change sings. There is a wave where my change sings. We are the change that we sing." So thank you to everyone. All right.
Thank you, Lori. Thank you, team. I'm now going to transition to one more inspiring group of individuals. I'm going to welcome Davis teacher Francesca Perticaro and Davis teaching assistant William Brickle, as well as some of their friends, as we spotlight the incredibly inspiring work from our Long Island Sound Project Club, echoing so many of the values and ideals that we've been celebrating tonight. So Francesca, William, and team, come on up. It's all yours.
Oh, perfect. Don't take it out. Got it. Following directions. Good evening, everyone. I'm Francesca Perticaro, and I'm thrilled to share our school's involvement in the Long Island Sound School Network. Our project is a part of a regional effort that also connects us to the USA Blue Schools and the Global Blue Schools Network. In partnership with Mercy University, we applied for this grant funding opportunity, and we're honored to be one of only 10 schools selected, along with our mentor partner at Jefferson Elementary. To make the most of this opportunity, we formed an after-school club for 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders who are passionate about nature, conservation, and preservation. Throughout the year, our students have worked and will continue to work with educators, scientists, and local stewardship sites to deepen their knowledge about Long Island Sound. Some of their first tasks were researching local ecosystems, sharing their findings, studying watersheds, water quality, and plastic pollution. So the club recently had the incredible opportunity to attend the Long Island Sound School Network Symposium at the Maritime Aquarium in Norwalk, Connecticut, where they shared their research and learned from other schools working towards the same mission. Today, some of our students, leaders, will tell you more about their experience and what they've learned.
Hi, my name's Abdul Rauf, and I'd like to share my experience at the symposium. Walking into a large cafeteria filled with colorful posters, students from other schools, and environmental experts was both exciting and a little nerve-wracking. Seeing so many people passionate about protecting the environment made me realize how important our work is. It was amazing to be a part of something so big, and knowing that our efforts contribute to protect the Long Island Sound and even the entire ocean made me feel really proud.
Hello, I am Zara. Our club researched the different habitats in the Long Island Sound. My group focused on seagrass meadows, which are one of the most important yet threatened habitats in Long Island Sound. Seagrass meadows provide food and shelter for animals like lobsters, scalpus, and fish. They also clean the water by absorbing carbon dioxide and excess nutrients. But did you know that over 90% of the Long Island Sound seagrass meadows have disappeared due to pollution and human activity? That's why conservation efforts like reducing pollution and restoring these habitats are so important.
Hi, I'm Gabe. One of the biggest things we've learned is how water quality affects the entire ecosystem, including us. Water pollution doesn't just come from factories or boats. It can come from everyday things like plastic waste, lawn fertilizer, and even chemicals from our streets washing into storm rains. We learned about microplastics, tiny pieces of plastics that are found everywhere. Fun fact, did you know that a single bottle of water can contain thousands of microplastics? That means we could be drinking plastic without even realizing it. That's why it's so important to reduce plastic waste and be mindful of what we put into the environment.
Hello, my name is Olivia. Recently we did water quality testing and it was really eye-opening. We tested for things like pH, oxygen levels, and even checked for contaminants like lead. Water might look clean, but sometimes it carries hidden pollutants that can be harmful to both humans and wildlife. This is why it's important to test water regularly to make sure it's safe for drinking and for the environment. But our work doesn't stop here. Over the next few months, we are taking action. We're excited to build and test an underwater robot to explore the sound and lead a plastic awareness campaign to help reduce waste in our school. These activities aren't just fun, they're helping us understand how we can make a real difference. By taking small actions in our community, we're helping protect the Long Island Sound and inspiring others to do the same.
Thank you. Hi, I'm William. Let's hear it for our amazing students. Thank you so much. So as you guys have heard, we're just getting started with the Long Island Schools Network. The skills these kids are building, things like researching, collaborating, presenting, and engaging in environmental problem solving, they're setting them up to be the next generation of leaders and stewards for our wonderful Long Island Sound, and I'm so proud of them. We have exciting projects and opportunities ahead, more hands-on projects like the underwater robot to test water quality that we just talked about. We're going to be reintroducing native plants into our local waterways, as well as in further engagement with local environmental and community, and the community, like our plastic awareness campaign. We're incredibly proud of all of you and for embracing this challenge, for making a difference in our community, and we really, truly have to thank you for bringing attention and support as we continue this important work on our Long Island Sound. So thank you so much. Sorry,
Great job, everyone. One more round of applause for them. They were fantastic. Or as we say at Davis, fantastic. That should have went over much better. So as we finish up, whoops. There we go. This is the work, right? What we heard tonight is the work, putting kids in positions to make a difference in the world. We gotta trust kids. We gotta give them opportunities to do awesome things. Even when we say, I don't know if they can pull this off. We've got to put them in positions to do so, and I think there's a lot of people in this room that do that. We need to keep doing it is what we've learned. We need to keep finding these opportunities in our curriculum, and we need to keep focusing on what they can do and leveraging those skills and keep running with their ideas. At Davis, and I believe it's an extension past Davis, but what we wanted to spotlight tonight is that this is a big part of who we are and what we believe in. We want to continue to put kids in positions and build the skills so they can affect this positive change. And for us, that's what equity is all about and why this equity statement exists. Every child deserves an opportunity to have access to programs like this project, to have their writing on the wall and talk about how they can change something in the school, like getting a kids' lounge. The bottom line is we want to make sure all 663 of our Dolphins have these opportunities every day, and we know that's an extension across our district. So congratulations and a thank you to all of the hardworking staff and students that work towards that mission every day. Thank you. I'd like to now conclude tonight's presentation by celebrating and recognizing Davis's 2 tenure recipients from this past year. I kindly ask that each honoree stands as we're talking about them. We're going to start with Davis special education teacher, Miss Kathy Flood. Kathy, I'm actually regretting the way I wrote this. I wish I wrote it like I was talking to you, so I'm going to keep oscillating back and forth in tense here, so secondary English teachers, I'm sorry. But Kathy is, and you are, such an inspiring and tremendous asset to our school community. It goes without saying the importance for me to note Kathy's deep connection to Davis and this broader community, wearing so many hats from Davis many years ago as a Davis parent, of which 3 are here, as our PTA president, long before I was here too, as a substitute, a leave replacement, and now bringing her talents to us as a full-time special education teacher. Kathy came to us not only with the skills and compassion needed to succeed in her co-teaching and resource room role, but also with a deep background in reading instruction. Kathy approaches her work with creativity and responsiveness to the needs presented, teaching students, not just programs. She does so with humility, flexibility, and great attention to detail. And she does so in collaboration with colleagues of whom respect her at the highest of levels. We are so fortunate to have Kathy in our community, and it is with great pleasure that I'm able to recognize her tenure achievement this evening. Kathy, congratulations. I had to make sure I gave her the right certificate here. All right. Diana Perleschi, social worker, stand up for us. Like many others being honored for tenure recognition this year, Diana joined our community 4 years ago during a critical time when students, families, and even us as staff persevered through an unprecedented era. Diana brought with her nearly a decade of clinical experience, and we hit the jackpot by being blessed with her skills and disposition in our community. Diana exemplifies so much of what we need in our schools, particularly with our youngest learners: compassion, flexibility, positivity, and an unwavering ability to just kind of say, no matter what else is going on, let's roll up our sleeves and get to work. Diana's students adore her, her families respect her, countless emails make their way to us to affirm that, and her colleagues trust her deeply as a professional partner. She represents all that we should be celebrating, that we can offer families who entrust their children to us every day. I am so honored to recognize Diana Perleschi for her tenure achievement this year. So on that note, to everyone here, thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting our kids and our staff members this evening. To the board, central admin, our broader community, thank you for all the support for Davis over the years and for everyone here. We're very appreciative of everyone here tonight supporting us. Let's have a great night tonight. It's all yours. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bambarola and team. Congratulations to our tenure recipients, and thank you to all of our students for being here tonight. Do any of my colleagues have any comments and/or questions for the Davis team?
Oh, quickly, I would love to just give you some feedback, right? And feedback can be a gift. The feedback is, you slayed tonight. You're amazing. That was phenomenal. That was like next level Sigma presenting. Yes, I'm very proud of all of you. And I just want you to keep on using your voice to make our school and our city a better place all the time. Watch out. We've got some future teachers, future principals, future mayors, future everything, influencers, writers, authors, inventors, scientists. Couldn't happen without the teachers, the staff, and your families. So congratulations to all of you.
Thank you, Ms. Castellan-Manaya. Ms. Williams?
Good evening. Congratulations, Mr. Bambarola and your team. And thank you, scholars, for sharing your knowledge with us. And thank you, families and parents. And thank you to the faculty and staff for really preparing our students for the world that is now and the world that will become. And thank you, New Rochelle, for being here and always supporting us, because we're one New Rochelle and we all love New Rochelle. And thank you again, boys and girls, for sharing your knowledge with us and really helping us to think differently. Great day.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Any other of my colleagues have any comments or questions? All right, seeing none, Dr. Reynolds, you want to wrap it up?
So I always love to have the opportunity to be the final voice. And I want to start off by saying I am so pleased that so many people showed up tonight. Maybe not for this purpose, but these children will never forget this, right? My dad has always said to me that the most important thing you can do is just show up. Anything that happens after that is a gift. So I'm glad that we have so many people here, because most of the people who are in this room this evening create environments for our students to flourish and to grow and to be confident and to be trusting in the adults that are with us. So our teachers create these spaces for our students to become activists at such an early age. Our teachers create these spaces for our students to have a voice. Oftentimes when we went through, when people my age went through school, we didn't have a voice. We were told what to do and how to do it. Now we are starting to explore experiences, environments that lead to a Socratic classroom. And for those of you who don't understand what the Socratic method is, imagine kindergartners and first graders having conversation about what it is that they're learning and giving their perspectives and stating, well, I respectfully agree with, or I respectfully disagree with, and this is why. We saw examples of students tonight giving reasoning behind what it is that they were presenting, reasoning that were steeped in facts and data. Now, I'll tell you, students, most of the people that are in this room tonight are here for me, and I wish, don't laugh, I wish that I had employed Adrian's counsel, because if you are a problem solver, they probably wouldn't be here for me if I had spoken to you. I wish I could employ Leah and Wes, right? Leah and Wes, to speak for me later on tonight, because sometimes it's the diction, the expression, but also the heart that goes into what you are speaking that makes a difference. So I want to give those young people another round of applause this evening. And to our group, for social activists for the environment, that's what I was speaking about before. We are in this profession to create this cadre of individuals who are going to take care of this world. We are only passing through. We have to ensure that we equip our future to make sure there is a future. So thank you for the work that you're doing. So to our Davis team, I want to thank you for setting this stage for us tonight, for us to see what learning is really about and what learning looks like today. Thank you very much for putting that on the stage for us this evening. And with that, I turn it back over to you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Dr. Reynolds. Thank you, Davis team. This is probably the chance for you guys to get out of here. So while this transition happens, our next item on the agenda is our budget presentation. So Dr. Reynolds and his team will be preparing for that.
This evening, we are prepared to embark upon the 8th budget workshop as it relates to our proposal for our 25-26 budget. Tonight, we're going to repeat a lot of the information that we've shared with our community over the past few weeks. As stated before, we've had 7 workshops leading up to this. I am so pleased to see so many people here tonight to receive the information firsthand. I also refer you to our budget page on our website under the District Board of Education page. You can see all of those presentations that have been preserved via YouTube, so that you can see how the story has morphed into where we are this evening. And more importantly, you can see the iterations of tonight's presentation that will be shared with you. Tonight, I'm joined in this conversation by my colleague, our Assistant Superintendent for Business and Operations, Mr. Carlos Leal. Usually, I would start off with a statement, but tonight, being that this is potentially the last presentation to the board, I'm going to reserve my statement for the closing. Again, tonight is just a revisitation of all of the information that's been presented to you over the last 7 workshops. So with that, I invite up to the microphone Mr. Carlos Leal.
Thank you, Dr. Reynolds. Want to make sure I can be heard okay. No? How's that? Better? Okay. I will do my best to stay on the mic. President Iannuzzi, Board Trustees, so thank you for the allowance to present again. Again, this is our 8th presentation, so it will be a review of all that has already been discussed. And so I might go a little faster on some slides just because I know we need to get to the place where we also hear from our constituency. So I want to make sure that there's enough time for that. To begin, the entire budget process has considered all of these 6 items in terms of our process, where we started with our guiding principles, strategic roadmap, moved into our variables, discussed our snapshots or our function codes, and of course continue to engage our stakeholders and ask for folks to continue to engage with us. We've been receiving lots of emails and phone calls and really having a great conversation with folks and helping people educate them and understanding the varying aspects of the budget process. Of course, all of our work is aligned to our vision, mission, and our equity vision and our strategic roadmap. The initial key factors and our current scenario is where I'll begin. So the key factors in the beginning of the development of our process was taking into consideration the need for a transportation model that would help us to find efficiencies, and that would be the staggered elementary school schedule. Also needing to make sure that our capital priorities continue district-wide. A focus on health and safety improvement, and of course, the second proposition that we're proposing, which is the purchase of the property around the high school. For those in their high school, it's the parking around the field. And then prioritize, realign, restructure, and reassign the resources to meet the needs throughout the entire budget. That being said, here's the scenario. The proposed tax levy of 3.95%, same as last year of 24-25, and it requires a 60% voter approval for an override. Balance and expenditures have to balance. It is our requirement to provide a balanced budget. That being said, to do that, the number would equate to, in terms of the revenue that we're receiving, is $359,468,597. This would include a reduction in force and a realignment of instructional programming. This would require us to close a gap of $20,216,317. So a lot of people have asked, how did we get here? Okay, so let me tell you. So how do we get here? It's not about what just happened. It's about what has happened in the past and how do we get here truly. So taking you back to 2020, and we've discussed that in 18-19, we as a community proceeded with a budget that allowed us to use more reserve funds to fill in the gap, with an understanding that we'd have to have a community conversation in 1920 around what are we going to do moving forward. Well, then COVID happened and we didn't get to engage in that conversation. Then in moving forward, we started receiving funds, our ESSER dollars, and so it didn't really require us to have that full-on conversation, and we are now here at that point. But there are multiple points here. So first is the COVID-19 resulted in a delay of our district-wide programming review that I just mentioned. Expanded grant funds, so over that course of the period from 2020 to now, we expensed or received grants of $25,846,395. This is not just ESSER dollars. This is also 611 So 611 rollover money is special ed dollars, and so we utilize those to pay for additional SPED teachers. Multiple years of choosing not to seek the maximum tax levy. I'll show you that screen in particular. That was around $7.8 million. And of course, the increased transportation cost, and I will publicly say it does not mean we received better service, but it did increase our cost. Unrealized opportunities for those transportation savings, we did not tier last year. That would have been a savings of 2.5. And then again, the use of the reserve, as I mentioned previously, and the use of appropriated funds to cover gaps over time. And then health insurance premiums have just consistently increased over time, and we all feel that. So continue on in the story of how we got here. The budgeted for students that attend the charter school that's coming into our community is something that we have to prepare for, whether we want to or not. That being said, we set aside $1.9 million for this year. That, of course, could change the following year, et cetera, but for now, we have set aside $1.9 million. The increased pilot revenue, this is the payment in lieu of taxes. So instead of a homeowner paying taxes, or an organization downtown has said, hey, we're not going to pay you your full taxes, we're actually going to provide you with a different dollar amount, which is a lot less than their full taxes. That being said, we have received additional pilots, but in the formula that you'll see momentarily, it actually does not work in our favor in terms of the calculation itself. While it, yes, sir, for this year only, while it is a good thing that the city is working and partnering with us to bring in more revenue so that we can have a much more robust budget that does not require so much of a tax levy. In addition to that, the executive budget that the governor is proposing. So follow me on this, please. This is the increase. So in 2021, 2022, we got an increase of 2.7. The following year, we got an increase of 8.2. The next year, we got an increase of 8.3. The next year, we got an increase of $16 million. And then this year, we're getting an increase of $377,000. And we were caught off guard, completely caught off guard. In addition to that, consider the budget variables. New York State teacher retirement system rates has decreased, which is fantastic. It's only by 0.11, but we'll take it. The New York State local retirement system rate has increased by 1.3%. And anticipated health insurance plan rate increases. This is the impact of decreased employment and retiree contributions of 7.5 to 10% for active employees and 0.5% to 10% for retirees. In addition to that, liability and other insurance rate increases. We had a conversation today with our insurance carrier, and they are increasing our insurance premiums. I did not fully discuss this with Dr. Reynolds, so it's hot off the press, by 25%. Utilities fluctuation. Then, of course, there's the collective bargaining agreement that we need to provide our salary increases. And then transportation and contractual renewals, because there's a consumer price index. So while the consumer price index for regular increase of cost of regular items is 1 CPI, the transportation department uses another measure that the state provides to them. So that one's actually higher than our traditional CPI that is the reason we pay more for eggs at the moment. So I'm hoping that that kind of lays the foundation. Again, we need to provide a budget that balances both the revenue and the expenditures. So to do that, what we've done in the past, if you look at this chart here, from 2014, 2015, through 2019, 2020, again, that's the year where we did not have the community conversation, wherever there was a maximum percent increase, if you move over to the right of the actual, we met that. So we received the dollars that we were able to receive. In 2021, the maximum percent increase that was allowable was 0.38%. We said no, we took none. That means that we left $807,000 of taxes without receiving those dollars. The following year, we could have asked for 2.73%. We asked for 2.29. Again, you move to the far right, you can see the dollar amount that we did not receive in taxes. Following year, 2.55. We only went out with 0.98. The following year, 2.19, and we only asked for 0.98. And those dollar amounts add up to that 7.8. So those are tax levy monies that we did not receive, nor can we go back and ask for them. Okay? Somebody did ask that in an email. Here it is in pictorial representation, again, where what our allowable was, we usually went with. During COVID, we said, no, we're not going to ask our community to increase their pay during COVID when everything was expensive. It was just not the right thing to do at the time. And so here we are coming back together, and now we're needing to make some difficult decisions. The tax cap calculation, I'm not gonna go through this in all its entirety, but if you look at the middle column where there's symbols to multiply, add, subtract, this is the actual formula to figure out the tax cap calculation. You can see it for yourself. And if you move to the far right column, you'll see where the maximum percent increase that we could have asked, or what was allowable for this year, is 0.33%. 0.33%. The actual tax levy, and what we are asking for, is a 3.95% tax levy, the same as last year. You'll notice that's the last item on the column under 2025, which would bring in $240,741,929. Had we not, we would have received much less. Here's another variable. So that's the tax portion of this. Then the state that I indicated earlier, how did, in the previous slide here, how do we get to the 377,000? That was actually a question that kept coming in because people were like, can you explain that again? So I'll do that and stop there just a little bit. I'm gonna put on my teacher hat, if that's okay. Oh, sorry. Thank you. So here, the foundation aid. So you usually hear on the news that what is our foundation aid, but it's not just about foundation aid because our foundation aid did increase by $1.3 million. But then you also have to take into account the expense-based aid, instructional materials aid, that's like software, textbooks, et cetera. And so you'll see that there's a decrease of $951,000 in our expense-based aid. But there was a small increase in our instructional materials aid, nothing in operating aid. And then our total expenditures, once you do, again, the add and subtract, we are only currently slighted, well, I guess we are being slighted, but we're currently receiving $377,167. It's not enough. So our proposed revenue summary, again, the revenue has to equate what we can spend, and then that's the budget we have to propose. So in terms of the revenue summary, you'll notice here that the real property taxes for 24-25 is the middle column, and then to the right is 25-26 draft budget, shows the dollar increase, and then it shows the percent change. So the first is the real property taxes of $240,741,929. Underneath that is the pilots or the payments in lieu of taxes that I just described. Non-property tax items of $4,600,000, charges for services, people utilizing our fields, our spaces. Miscellaneous, smaller taxes, 1.9. The state aid. So this is where I want to make sure people understand. The previous slide talked about the increase. So we're not just getting 377,000. We are receiving 888,886, 866. But it's the increase that's the problem. The other state aid is 7.2. Federal aid is 946,000. And then transfer from reserves. So we will be using some of our reserves of 1 million. Excuse me, I'm reading the other column. Transfers from library, we support the library if you guys were not aware of that. And then the appropriated fund balance, we'll be using 1,750,000. For the total expense would be 359,468,597. And on the right-hand side, you'll see the proposed revenue in a pictorial representation. So that being said, since that is a max of what we can spend, because that's equates to the revenue that we're going to receive, and we cannot go beyond the revenue, these are the proposed actions. The first is a request to the same tax levy increase as approved last year of 3.95%. Reduce of contracted services, so wherever we can do the work ourselves or in-house, that's where it's going to remain. Evaluate and reduce overtime expenses across the system. Stagger the bell schedule for elementary schools. Balance class size ratios district-wide, and reduce district-wide workforce by up to 200 positions. Again, this requires a 60% voter approval for an override. To kind of illustrate those items, this is the proposed bell schedule, or the bus schedule. Davis, Ward, and Trinity would begin at 8 o'clock and end at 3 p.m. Webster, Barnard, Columbus, and Jefferson would start at 8:45 and end at 3:45. Class sizes, pre-K would remain at the 18. Kindergarten, grade 1, you'll notice that the 24-25, that is the current average across the system, and the 25-26 column shows the range. So the bold number is what we're using for budgeting purposes. If you look at the range in kindergarten 18 to 22, what we're programmatically planning for is the 18. What we're budgeting to is the 22. So I want to make that clear, okay? So if you look at grade 5, for example, currently we have an average of 20 students across the system. For 25-26, we have a range of 22 to 26. Class sizes in secondary, grades 6 through 8, ELA, math, science, social studies, technology, world language. The range is what is currently indicated as seats being utilized. So in those classes across the system, we have somewhere between 18 to 25 students. And again, at the higher end is where we're going to budget at 25. Grades 6 through 8, performing arts. Grades 9 through 12, Regents Science Lab, 20 to 24. Grade 9, art, business, health, etc., 20 to 27. 9 through 12, advanced placement. That 3 is accurate. Again, it's the range of who is currently sitting in our seats. Grades 9 through 12 in physical education, keeping in mind a gymnasium may or may not be able to accommodate that number, so the number may have to change based on the size of the gym. And then grades 9 through 12, dance, weightlifting, and wrestling, and any of those other considerations where space constraints will influence the class size. In terms of position reduction, the snapshot is shown here. So in terms of positions, the building instructional staff in this particular line are teachers, teacher assistants, counselors, and clinicians. So currently, we have 1,168 positions. The proposed reduction is 111, or a percent reduction of 9.5%. Building administrators, principals, assistant principals, house principals, deans, and department chairs. Currently, we have 39 in those positions. The proposed reduction is 2, with a reduction of 5.1%. Building operations and support, clerical support, custodians, food service staff, lunch monitors, registered nurses, teachers, aides, and security. The current number is 491. The proposed reduction is 48, and the percent reduction is 9.8%. District administrators includes the assistant superintendents, executive directors, assistant directors, supervisors, coordinators, and consultants, which currently is 42 positions. The proposed reduction is 7, or a percent reduction of 16.7%. The district operations and support, clerical support, finance, HR support, laborers, technology support, and trade workers. Currently, we have 152 positions. The proposed reduction is 25, and the percent reduced would be 16.4%. So in total, across the system, we have 1,892 positions. The proposed reduction is 193 positions, with a percent reduction of 10.2% system-wide. You will notice again that the last 2 blue shaded rows for district administrators and district operational supports, which are farther away from the classroom, have the double-digit reductions. Expenditures. So hopefully you can see this. If not, it is in the presentation that you received when you walked in the door. This is a snapshot by function code. So I will walk you through the first row just so that you can orientate yourself. So the function code 1010 is for Board of Ed. 25-26 proposed budget for 25-26 is 68,000. For 24-25, it was 90,000, which is a change of minus 22,000, or a change percent of 24.4%, okay? So if you just start looking your way down the columns, you'll be able to see where those immediate changes are. What this snapshot tells you or shows you is the reallocation of BOCES expenses for the election management system, which is the increase in 1060, a decrease in hourly staffing and overtime allocation, a decrease in 1 FTE district administrator, and an increase for fiscal advisor and borrowing fees. So there are fees that we are required to pay when we put out a bond and when we borrow, et cetera. So please keep that in mind. While you only see one reduction of a district FTE in this particular category, it is because it's the one in this particular category. You will see other reductions along the way. Same table on the left-hand side are just some additional talking points. The increase for school front software and employee assistance program recorded from employee benefits line is recorded here. An increase for improved communication software, an increase for liability and other insurance costs. Like I mentioned, the insurance increases that we are experiencing, and then salary increases aligned to the collective bargaining agreement. The next category is the facility security, technology, and transportation. This also shows an increase of BOCES services for data processing, a decrease in hourly staffing allocations, a decrease of 1 FTE district administrator, and reduces 22 operation support positions. Additional talking points is the increase in the contractual transportation expenses. While we did receive a lot of emails asking, did we go out for a bid? And you may recall we did go out for a bid. Unfortunately, the same vendor is the vendor who came back with the lowest bid. They were actually the only ones because of the size of our district. And so we have to make work with what we have. Also, a decrease for public carrier transportation expenses. The shift of 25-26 facilities capital expenses from the capital reserves. So if you look at the bottom of this column here, which is 9950, the transfer to capital of the $2 million, every school administrator was asked for a list of things that they wanted to get done in their building. So things such as the Isaac curtains. If you've been in the Isaac auditorium, you know exactly what I'm talking about. That needs some love and care. Trinity, some fencing repair. Albert Leonard, some cafeteria work. A new bathroom at Jefferson. So all of those items. Every school will receive some level of care and additional attention with those particular dollars. In the area of curriculum instruction, and I'm sorry, if I can go back, at the bottom right corner that you'll see that the increase for this particular category is 10.87%. In terms of curriculum instruction, there again, an adjustment to the BOCES services based on need, a decrease in overtime, an increase in tuition and related services expenses for special education students. Those continue to increase. A shift of staff from the IDEA grants. Earlier when I was talking about what grants we received, the 611 carryover dollars, those are now expensed, and so we need to move those positions into our general dollars. And then salary increases aligned to the collective bargaining unit. You will notice a reduction in, I will share here, let me see if I can see if I see myself. Program students with disabilities, 2250, I think it's kind of in the middle of the columns there. If you move over, it's an increase of 16.6% to meet the needs. Interscholastic athletics, trying to find savings there, not reducing any of our teams, just finding efficiencies on how we can better program in that particular area. Maintains our elementary program. So in the curriculum instruction, it maintains elementary magnet options for Kaleidoscope, PAVE, science research programs, co-curricular stipends, and athletic programming, as I just indicated. A reduction in staffing as follows. 2 district administrators, 2 district operations support 2 building administrators, 48 building operations and support, and 99 building instructional staff. In the area of student support services, again, following the functions code that we've discussed in previous meetings, again, a decrease in hourly overtime. You're just going to see that as a theme continuously in all areas. A shift of budget allocations for function codes to other areas in alignment with New York State budget standards. Salary increases aligned to the collective bargaining agreement, and then maintaining CTE programming options for high school students. In this particular area, there is a decrease of 3.99%. Other talking points on the next slide. Shift of special school allocations into teaching regular school. So Huguenot Academy was in 3330. It is now in 2010, which is aligned with regular teaching and learning in the school day. Revision of night school programming to focus on core academic classes. So again, looking for efficiencies, not removing the program, just finding additional efficiencies. And then a reduction of staffing of 3 district administrators, 1 district operations support, and 12 building instructional staff. Then benefits and debt service. In this particular category, you will notice that the reallocation of BOCES and the master library expenses to facilities budget. Decrease in hourly staffing of overtime, again, the theme that I indicated earlier. And an increase in overall retirement system allocations aligned to reduction of the workforce, and increases in health insurance premiums for both active and retired employees. In here, I can share, for example, the workers' compensation, what was proposed versus what the previous year was a reduction of $200,000 or negative 13.3%. Unemployment insurance, considering where we are, would need to have an increase. And so that is being taken into consideration. And then there's all the borrowing, the serial bonds, and the debt that we're required to pay back on an annual basis. Additional talking points: increase in employment expenses due to the workforce reduction, as I just indicated. Decreases in capital debt service for the 2018 debt service for large tax TORI settlements. An increase in short-term capital debt services for phase 2. So some buildings, Davis, for example, is the vestibule is being worked on. We're moving into phase 2, so those buildings that were not, had not broken ground will begin to see some movement this summer. And then eliminates transfers to school lunch and maintains transfer for special aid expenses. 9901, transfer to school lunch. So the school lunch aid is called a C fund. We don't actually use general dollars to cover the cost associated with food service. However, we are required to provide some level of support minimally, and if we don't use those dollars, they return back to the general funds. So it becomes a self-sustaining program. Hence why we keep asking folks to, please get those sheets in so that we can make sure that everyone is counted for. So in summary of expenses, and again, I apologize for going quickly, but you can always feel free to ask more questions, and I'd be glad to answer. The summary of expenditures, so this is in an object category. Salaries and benefits for 25-26, the cost would be $260,710,122. Compared to last year, that was $258,147,112, or a change of $2,563,010, or a change percent of 1. Contractual services, for this particular school year, again, for 25-26, we are proposing $47,049,011. The adopted budget last year was $39,986,325, or a change of $7,062,686, of an increase of 15%. Supplies and materials, for 25-26, the proposal is $3.4 million. Last year, it was around 3.3. And so the change would be $57,000 or 1.7%. BOCES services have also increased. $22,097,920 is what is allocated. Last year, it was $20,209,223. The change is 1.8 or an 8.5% increase. Debt service and transfers, our proposed 25-26 is $14,744,336, and the adopted change last year was $18,170,905, or a decrease of $3,426,569, negative 23.2%. And then other is $11,456,819. Last year was $7,618,776, or a change of 3.8 or a 3.5% increase. So the total expenditures, as previously shared, is the proposed budget is $359,468,597. So that would be a change of $11,928,883, or a 3.3% change. Again, the chart on the right-hand side illustrates that. So in summary, here are the revenues and the expenditures side by side. And what you'll notice, of course, is that in terms of revenue, property taxes are the largest amount in terms of our revenue, followed by state, federal aid. The proposed expenditure, you'll notice that the blue on the right-hand side, a majority of our expenses as a district are salaries and benefits, or 73%, followed by contractual services at 13%. And then a few other items such as debt service, BOCES service, and supplies and materials. So what does this all mean? In addition to the items that I've discussed. In terms of the proposed tax levy summary, the proposed tax levy of 3.95%, or $240,741,929, the tax levy increase would be $9,147,962. The tax levy percent increase is the 3.95%. So projected tax rate per 1,000 assessed value projected would be $901.48, or an increase of $34.26. So an average New Rochelle home assessed value of $16,000 would have an annual increase of $548.08, or a monthly increase of $45.67. Again, keeping in mind that if we move forward, if the board chooses, then the request would require 60% of approval for an override. And please keep in mind that in this particular chart, it's an illustration, it's for illustration purposes only. It's based on the tax rates for the city of New Rochelle. We do not come up with these numbers. And if we also recognize that assessed value does change, and so again, that is why this is an illustration. Moving forward, if the proposed budget passes tonight, on May 20th, 2025, by 60% majority, the enacted budget is effective on July 1, 2025. If the proposed budget is defeated, we may resubmit the defeated budget, allowing enough time for legal notice, or submit a revised budget allowing enough time for legal notices, and conduct a revote on June 17, 2025, or adopt a contingency budget. If the revised budget is defeated, the BOE must adopt a contingency budget. The contingency budget limits the school district to the amount of previous tax year tax levy of $231,593,967, which is less than what we are asking currently in the budget that we are proposing. The contingency budget limits the school district to the amount of the previous year and additional budget expenses anticipated in June 2025. So budget activities for 25-26, the ongoing communication with district-wide leadership as things adjust. We continue to advocate, of course, our governor, and ask that all do the same. Continue transportation planning to find more efficiencies wherever possible. construction and renovation planning moving forward, and then looking ahead after tonight, if the board approves, there is a budget hearing on May 6th at New Rochelle High School Library, and then a budget vote on May 20th, which will be the district-wide polling locations, which I believe our clerk will discuss at the next meeting. So if I may, before Dr. Reynolds comes back to the podium, please continue to engage in conversation. You can always speak here at the board. Please do make sure to contact the board clerk, which some of you have, and then of course you have an allowance tonight to also speak at boe@nredlearn.org. You can email questions to budgetquestions@nredlearn.org. And of course, like tonight, attending the meetings, watching the meetings on streaming, a website, and viewing archive videos. We have continuously posted everything that has been shared on our website, so we encourage you to visit. Dr. Reynolds?
This is our 8th budget presentation to the Board of Education. And before I get started on what I have written here, tonight I know I'm going out of order, Mr. President. I'm going to request that any speakers from the public, please direct your comments to me. This is my budget. I ask that the comments remain respectful, that you do not address anyone in the audience, but that you respectfully address your comments to me. I apologize to those who have heard every presentation, as tonight's repeated the same information. I welcome those of you who are hearing this for the first time. Please understand that we are repeating the information for those who may be hearing this for the first time on purpose. At the heart of our mission is the holistic development of every student, encompassing academic, social, emotional, artistic, athletic, and civic facets. We remain steadfast in pursuing the goals of our 5-year strategic plan with a keen focus on supporting positive outcomes for our diverse student body. This budget embodies our school district priorities of student learning, superb staff, safe, supported, connected schools, and effective resource management. Over the past several years, a combination of financial pressures, including the lingering effects of COVID, lower than allowable tax levies, rising costs in healthcare and transportation, past use of district reserves, and the introduction of a new charter school, has created a significant deficit in our budget, equating to $20.2 million. If we did not propose a $20.2 million, which reflect cuts, our budget would have been almost $380 million, which would have been about $32 million more than last year and led to a 12.53% tax increase year to year. This 12.53% increase is too much for us to ask of our taxpayers. Instead, we are proposing the district make reductions of the $20.2 million. During COVID, we delayed the programmatic review of adjustments and used grants to hire staff to support our students' increased emotional and mental health needs, positions we now support through our general funds since the federal grants have expired. Historically, the district has not sought the maximum allowable tax levies, resulting in $8 million in unrealized revenue. Transportation costs have increased by over $9 million in 4 years. Not implementing our transportation plan last year exacerbated our financial state. Skyrocketing health insurance premiums and increased retiree health contributions have also contributed to our current deficit. Our health insurance premiums have increased by $9.8 million over the last 4 years. The Governor's Foundation aid formula changes that were made this year have cost us almost $500 per student. The state uses a combination of property values and adjusted gross income for our region as variables in its foundation aid calculation. This year, because of recalculations, we are now located in an area with a high property value and higher than average incomes compared to our state. And we have been hit hard because of the new calculations. In recent years, our school district received anywhere from almost $3 million to $16 million in overall state aid increases. Due to a hold harmless provision in the budget, we would have received a 2% increase, which is the bare minimum that any school district in this state would receive. That would have equated to $1.3 million. And even with the proposed $1.3 million hold harmless money, this year we are positioned to receive an overall increase of state aid from the state of just under $378,000. Our student population has decreased by approximately 1,000 students over a 10-year period, and our staffing has increased during that same time. And we must plan for possibly losing students to the new charter school this fall. This requires us to set aside funds in case any of our students choose to attend the charter instead of remaining with the school district. In New York State, school aid follows the child. For every student who lives within the city school district of New Rochelle borders and chooses to attend the charter school, we must pay the charter school more than $19,000 per student. Keeping in mind, we are losing $500 per student in state funding. We are now forced to set aside $1.9 million this year specifically for this purpose. And keep in mind, that is only because in the first year of existence, the charter school expects to open 3 grades, adding 2 more grades each year until they're fully a K-12 school. So that $1.9 million that we are budgeting for this year increases every year from there. In anticipation of the coming fiscal cliff last year, we cut discretionary spending district-wide by 20%. We will maintain that reduction this school year. Our transportation plan could have saved us at least $2.5 million annually, and it must now be implemented. This decision was not made lightly. We carefully explored all possible options, and we found no viable alternatives. We can no longer delay the necessary savings this plan will provide. We will alter the elementary school schedules so our contracted buses can complete 2 daily runs, reducing buses, drivers, and monitors, which we all know in this country and specifically in this region, there is a shortage of drivers and monitors. We're hoping to reduce our reliance on a daily basis by up to half. We are exploring with our providers of before and after school programming to shift their schedules and increase offerings when available so that we have applicable before and after school programming to meet our families' needs. We will reduce our contracted services that we use and reevaluate our district-wide overtime and stagger schedules for our employees as well where applicable. We will now rebalance our class sizes, which may cause slight increases on a daily basis, but remain within our already established optimal student-teacher ratios. Unfortunately, we must reduce our workforce by almost 200 positions across the district. This includes administrators, teachers, clinicians, custodians, civil service trades workers, monitors, and security staff. This practice will begin with vacant positions, retirements, and attrition before considering any personnel for layoffs. This will not impact special education, where ratios are mandated by law. I understand that this is an incredibly difficult ask, and it is incredibly difficult to hear. And this news is causing anxiety and uncertainty. Again, this was not an easy decision, and it was not made lightly. We are doing our best to avoid cuts that touch instructional and programmatic offerings that are forward-facing to our students, and to maintain our core programming. Any actualized monies, in addition to what is currently proposed in the governor's budget, will equate to a reduction of those positions that need to be cut and a restoration of positions. Should the district be able to restore any of these positions in the future, laid-off employees will be the first to be called to fill them. We have frozen all hiring in certificate areas and positions that are targeted for workforce reduction, but we will continue to hire for vacated positions that require replacements. We understand that these decisions will have a profound impact on our students, our faculty and staff, and our community as a whole. Please know that we are staying true to who we are by aligning our budget with our mission, vision, core beliefs, and strategic directions, so we can continue delivering the high-quality education our community knows and expects. We anticipate a total revenue of $359,468,597 and acknowledge the constraints of non-negotiable obligations such as salaries, benefits, and legally mandated items, which amount for more than 3/4 of our budget, have to be maintained. Again, various external factors outside of our control are driving our budget increase. Health insurance has increased over the last 4 years by $9.8 million. I've said it before, I'm saying it again. Transportation has increased by $4.4 million. And will increase by $4.4 million next year. The charter school allocation equates to $1.9 million. The tax cap limits how much revenue we can raise through taxes, and we are asking the board to override the cap with a levy increase of 3.95%, or about $548 annually for the average homeowner. I am pleased to announce that this budget upholds a hallmark programs such as Kaleidoscope, PAVE, or Performing and Visual Arts and Education, Science Research, which underscores our commitment to academic excellence and enrichment opportunities. This budget reaffirms our commitment to our career and technical education pathways in recognition of our diverse post-high school aspirations of our students. It also ensures that we maintain our magnet programs for elementary students, our modified JV and varsity athletic programs, and our extracurricular and co-curricular activities remain a part of our educational landscape. This budget further aligns school district budget coding with New York State standards to maximize transparency and accurate reimbursement to benefit our students. Following hopefully the board's adoption, we will finalize and communicate any necessary eliminations of positions as early as possible. Our goal is to provide affected employees with as much notice as possible before the school year ends on June 30th. We are committed to supporting these individuals in their transition, including providing letters confirming their positions were eliminated due to budgetary reasons and not due to performance. Starting on the 1st of April, we will hold a series of community conversations on the budget. These forums provide an opportunity to ask questions of our budget team, offer suggestions, and discuss priorities. These events are sponsored by our PTAs and by the community organizations that have asked for us to come to them. I hope you will take advantage of these opportunities to engage in our budget process. A few individuals have asked me, why not wait until the governor's executive budget is signed into law before the board adopts this district proposed budget? Unfortunately, this process is not recommended to be delayed. Historically, in January, the governor issues the executive budget proposal. Usually, in early to mid-March, each house of the legislature responds with its own proposal, known as the one-house budgets. Following these initial steps, the three parties enter into weeks of intense negotiations to resolve the differences. They're supposed to come to an agreement by April 1 each year, which is the start of the state's fiscal year, but the process can drag on past that date. When the parties reach a deal, the legislators vote to approve the final budget, which goes to the governor to be signed into law. Since 2020, Here are the months and the dates in which the governor's executive budget was actually voted into law. In 2020, it was adopted on April 3rd of 2020. 21, April 7th of 21. April 9th of 22. May 2nd of 23. April 20th of 24. As you can see, these dates do not coincide with optimal timing for school boards to delay their legally mandated actions related to budget adoption. In preparation of the annual budget vote and school board elections on May 20th, 2025 in New York State, all school boards must by law publish the first of 4 legal notices of the adopted budget and board election 4 times during the 49 days preceding the date of the election. The 45th day before the election falls on a Saturday, April 5th. However, best practice states that we should publish on or before Friday, April 4th, but not before Tuesday, April 1st. This year, the first notice of the adopted budget must be published between those dates. As there is a necessity of time to prepare the announcements, the board has elected to vote on the adoption of the proposed budget tonight. Even if there were to be postponement, the board would have to vote on the proposed budget adoption prior to April 1st. I must again state, in a show of solidarity and support for our New Rochelle taxpayers and our colleagues, my extended cabinet, which includes 4 assistant superintendents, 2 executive directors, a business administrator, and a director, has joined me in voluntarily not taking a scheduled salary increase in the coming year. I would also be remiss if I did not, again, publicly thank our elected legislators led by our Senator Andrea Stewart-Cousins. Specifically, Senator Shelley Mayer, Senator Natalia Fernandez, Assemblymember Amy Paulin, and Assemblymember Steve Otis, who I've personally spoken to in group meetings and on individual bases, as recently as today for one of those individuals, and who have each worked tirelessly in advocating on behalf of New Rochelle and seeking solutions to help us with this current budget situation. If you're watching, whether it's today or at a later date, simply, I thank the 4 of you. We know that by working together, we will continue to champion the education experience of our students and our community of New Rochelle. And with that, Mr. President, I turn it over to you for any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Reynolds and Mr. Leal. Do any of my colleagues have any questions or comments?
I would like to actually forego any questions or comments I have at this time in the interest of hearing from anyone who signed up for public comment.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Castellano. Seeing none, let's move back to the dais and we will start public comment.
Thank you.
So before we begin, I'm going to read the written statement for public comment. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to convene into the public comment period of the meeting. The Board of Education adopted Policy 1230 in April 2022 to ensure all members of the public had the opportunity to speak at both of our board meetings each month. We believe it is crucial for us to hear from our community members about their concerns and issues. Having said that, please note the board is here to listen. The public comment period is not designed to be a discussion. Accordingly, understand the board will not respond to your concerns and questions tonight. We take your concerns and questions seriously and want to have sufficient time to process and research issues if need be. We will, however, respond to your questions and concerns at a future meeting or have the proper staff member get back to you at the appropriate time. I also want to point out that under state and federal privacy laws, we are unable to entertain any comments or questions about school personnel and students. Please know, however, we take personnel concerns very seriously. On these matters, we would ask you to go through the appropriate administrative channels. Finally, we recognize that right now, our nation and our community are polarized on a number of issues. That said, we want our school board meetings to serve as an example to our students that members of our school board and members of our community can deal with controversial issues in a civil manner and demonstrate mutual respect for one another. In that spirit, we will insist that all speakers and members of the audience maintain civility and respect for any divergent views that others possess. We ask that speakers please address their comments to the board directly rather than the audience. In the unlikely event the meeting becomes unruly, the board will recess the meeting and return once order has been restored. Finally, I want to remind everyone that you may submit written comments to the board in lieu of speaking during the public comment period if you so choose. So tonight, I'm not going to even read the last paragraph because we are letting as many people who want to speak. We won't have any time limits for people to speak. But every speaker will have 3 minutes to speak. I apologize, time period to speak. Our first speaker of the night is Miss Alexandra Brock.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. My name is Alexi Brock, and I'm an art teacher at New Rochelle High School. I currently teach PAVE, AP, and Advanced Drawing Painting electives. I've been in the district for 34 years. My husband is an alumnus of the school district. We lived in New Rochelle for 15 years, and my son went to Webster and Albert Leonard. I've run many programs in over 3 decades, and most recently the National Art Honor Society for 7 years, and started the guest speaker program at the art department with Mr. Scott Siebold. We've had professionals come in and speak to our students for careers in the arts, and we've included many alumni as well. Please think hard about the proposed staffing cuts and what they mean. These cuts need to be considered K through 12. All the special programs that we have, including like AP Art and PAVE, start at the elementary level. All the special programs and skills are being built here on the elementary level, like we saw tonight with our Davis students, and added on in the middle school experience, and then they come to us. The arts department at New Rochelle High School is one of the reasons people choose to move to this district. When I say the arts, I'm including visual art, media arts, general, vocal, and instrumental music, dance, theater, and film. Our district offers PAVE, which enables students to major in the arts. No one else has a program like this, except New Rochelle. We are the largest department like this in Westchester County. In addition, the department emphasizes inclusive, differentiated instruction. Our classes are blended with AP scholars and special needs students, and they are all successful. We take pride in the fact that many of our talented teachers are exhibiting artists. We have an exhibit up right now in the Museum of Arts and Culture highlighting K through 12 art teachers. And also the rest of our departments practice music, and they are theater performers who are devoted, lifelong learners. We all truly practice what we preach. What is the board and Dr. Reynolds' priorities? How are you prioritizing a very top-heavy administration while cutting over 100 student-facing educators? I've been here for over 3 decades, and I've worked with a much larger student body with a fraction of the top brass, and things ran efficiently. I'm respectfully requesting Dr. Reynolds and the board to find the courage to re-examine the cuts that we are facing and be hyper aware that these cuts need to be considered K through 12. Remember, all these FUSE members here are for the students, and schools cannot run without teachers and staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brock. Next up is Mr. Al McCutcheon.
Good evening, Al Prentice McCutcheon. I'm associate educator, New Rochelle community member, and most importantly, a district parent of 3 with my wife. As a parent, my wife and 3 children moved to New Rochelle in 2012, in part because of this school district. For the opportunities it offered students such as Columbus through its math and science models, humanities focus and small class sizes such as Webster, and the planetarium at the high school that our family would come from the Bronx to visit because it was more accessible than the Hayden Planetarium in New York City. These were just a few of the many impressions that the district had and still has as we decided to choose our new home. Offerings that must be maintained. As associate educator for 27 years, I began teaching at the high school in 2018. In part, once again, as an involved community member, I wanted to support more students having access to the many offerings of our district, offerings that must be maintained. Please do not divest, but invest. Working in the district, particularly at the high school, has allowed me to be in the presence of many security professionals, custodian professionals, food prep professionals, clerical professionals, as well as our tech department who keeps this thing running, who keeps people watching, and keeps our computers running as well as the dedicated educators. Like, I guess I can't mention any names, but a person who might be called the self-appointed social committee chair of the high school, who recently organized to honor a former science educator to dedicate the planetarium in his honor for his commitment to the students and community of New Rochelle with his love of stars, planets, and the galaxy. Once again, don't divest, but invest in these offerings that must be maintained. Another educator that I work with in another department, I guess I can't name names, but she and her husband sponsored her seniors with a special education department with an end-of-the-year post-secondary activity commitment, celebrating her seniors in a particular core program. I'm trying to be as general as possible without violating any policies. In particular English core program, and how they earned over $8 million in college scholarships over the past 3 years. The celebration rites of passage also included placing ties on young men and adorning the young ladies with strings of pearls. Now, mind you, I recognize that certain positions in certain departments are going to be a little bit more safe than others, but this doesn't absolve other programs from having adjacent effects in terms of the brain trust and brainchilds and organizing that's going to face some of the people that are doing this great work. So when we divest instead of investing, we potentially lose the offerings that need to be maintained. Please think hard. Please think hard. Please think hard and creatively, just as creatively as you expect us to be with our students. Be creative with the possibilities in terms of how we can reevaluate, reassess, recalibrate the possible calculations of the budget and what they mean. I'm respectfully requesting that the board find the creativity to reexamine those cuts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. McCutcheon. Next up is Mr. Vincent Malfitano.
Good evening, Vince Malfitano. I've been coming to these meetings for nearly 40 years. My family's been in town for about 45. First, the Davis kids were absolutely wonderful. It's one of the reasons I was very proud to be a teacher for nearly 40 years, 35 as a proud union member with the UFT. This is a failure of leadership of our board. And Mr. Superintendent, with all due respect, I will exercise my First Amendment right to address whom I wish. However, elections have consequences, ladies and gentlemen, and I also address the community for your failure, your abject failure to come out and vote and show an interest in getting leadership that actually respects what teachers are about. But the superintendent correctly mentioned that this problem requires a long-term solution, and he does not want to do a short-term fix. I get that. But I spoke with Senator Mayer, Senator Fernandez, Assemblyman Otis, and Assemblywoman Poland's office many times, and I invited them to come here on many meetings. I'm hoping someone's from their office here tonight and will speak. Otherwise, their leadership is nothing more than a charade. As polite as your conversations are with them, the good is in the doing. Let's see what they produce. Discretionary spending. Yes, a big increase this year. We need to look at that. One of the areas that you mentioned, busing. A nearly 100% increase in contracted busing over the last 5 or 6 years. Imagine a 5 million increase this year, 25%. I'm going to ask some of our neighbors who are well-to-do and send their kids to private schools, paid for by the district that we don't have to. 362 kids at a cost of nearly $5,000 a kid. Almost $2 million. This is shared pain, ladies and gentlemen. People losing jobs. People having to change their lives of transporting the kids in and out of school. Class sizes. How about anteing up a few of the dollars to help your kid get to that $30,000 elementary school? That might be a help. However, we have other problems to address. I can't do it here tonight, but we have to work together. My union forego wage increases years ago to save jobs for colleagues. I'm hoping all of the bargaining units that serve this district might step up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Malfitano. Next up is Ms. Joanna Schomburg.
Good evening. My name is Joanna Schomburg. I've been a teacher at New Rochelle High School for 29 years and a resident of New Rochelle for 25 years and homeowner with children in this school district. I'm just going to name some of the things that I feel are important to all of our schools. In 2013, New Rochelle High School lost an art teacher to layoffs. We went from 9 art teachers to 8. We lost our set design teacher who built all the sets for the school performances with TheaterWorks. All of our class sizes increased. That position was never brought back. This year, a music teacher is retiring who will not be replaced. He teaches 4 sections of a music electives. Those classes fulfill the 1-year requirement of the arts to graduate from high school. Those students will now have to take a studio art class. We have already absorbed 1 teacher who was lost in 2013. Some of the art classes already have high numbers. Our art classes in all of the schools feed the PAVE program from an early age. All of these cuts and upcoming cuts, all of these past cuts and upcoming cuts impact the PAVE program and all of the art electives. PAVE is a vital program for our school. It brings people into the district and into the schools. Art and music teachers are certified K through 12. Cuts at any level could have a domino effect across the entire district. The teachers at the high school teach specialty classes such as sculpture, ceramics, photography, computer graphics, drawing, and painting. Teachers could be moved around from school to school based on seniority. These moves could drastically change the specialty classes taught at the high school. A few other comments I have. Why have 2 assistant principals been added in the past 5 years to 4 schools the overall student population has declined. What is the need for those extra assistant principals? Why has the district continued to employ a law firm more than twice what the previous law firm charged? Why has this not been put out to bid? Please reconsider the staffing cuts to the proposed budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schoenberg. Next up is Mr. Thomas McTighe.
Good evening, esteemed members of the board. My name is Thomas McTighe, and I am a 5th grade general ed teacher at Trinity Elementary School. I have worked in this district for over 20 years. I'd like to take this opportunity to convey my sincere appreciation and gratitude for your unwavering dedication to our school community. I stand before you this evening on behalf of my friends and my colleagues who are deeply concerned about the possibility of losing their jobs. This proposal calls for significant cuts impacting our school buildings. Over 150 positions, including teachers, TAs, counselors, clinicians, essential support staff, and school-related personnel. I believe it is crucial to highlight the profound effect these changes will have on our students. These professionals are the heart and soul of our district, influencing the lives of our children every single day. In contrast, the minimal cuts proposed for administration raise questions and concerns. For years, our district has relied on the dedication of our frontline staff while seeing a rapid growth in administrative roles. We need to critically assess the impact of these decisions. Moreover, the financial implications, as Ms. Schomburg just alluded to, of hiring a law firm that charges our district more than twice what the previous firm charged cannot be overlooked. We must advocate for a more balanced approach that does not disproportionately affect those who are directly involved in our students' lives. Distinguished board members, I'd like to draw your attention to the number of individuals wearing burgundy in the audience tonight. Let's take a moment to consider the implications of removing all of them. And let's think about how such a decision would affect the children in our schools. It would be profound. So tonight, let us unite in showing that making so many cuts to staff while only implementing single-digit reductions for administrating is simply not acceptable. I want to thank you for your attention to this important matter. I sincerely hope that this esteemed board will carefully reconsider the decisions made under this proposal and explore alternative ways to achieve the necessary savings. One more moment. Without affecting, of course, those who truly make a difference in the lives of so many young New Rochelians. You know who, the people you see here in Burgundy.
Thank you, Mr. McTighe. Next up is Miss Mary Breslin.
Good evening. My name is Mary Claire Breslin, and I am the very proud president of New Rochelle Fuse. Everyone knows budgets are about choices. The district and this board are facing hard choices. Choices made harder because of decisions made by this administration. Last year, Fuse leadership worked for months with district leadership on changes to the bus schedule. that were projected to save millions of dollars last year and again this year. The savings we identified was a huge win for our students, families, and taxpayers, and yet the district failed to take advantage of it. Few supported the changes then, and we support them now, but they should have happened last year. Again, budgets are about choices. Let's examine more of those budget choices. Why is the district choosing to keep a physical education supervisor and a separate athletic director? Most districts have one person doing both jobs, just like we did.
Please do not address individuals by single titles, please.
Just like we did 10 years ago. Why is this district choosing to keep 2 additional assistant special education directors for elementary education? We've never had them before. Why is this district choosing to keep 2 assistant principals at the high school, Albert Leonard, Isaac E. Young, and Ward, when the overall population has declined? There was always only 1 assistant principal in each building. Why is this district choosing to keep a central administration that has gone from 14 central administrators, and I checked, in 2018 to 2019 to 42 today? That's a 300% increase. Let me repeat that. That's a 300% increase. There are more central administrators than building administration. Yes, this is right. There are actually more bosses than people who they purportedly supervise. Why is this district, and you've heard it already, choosing to keep a law firm whose annual costs are more than twice the previous law firm? Why was 2019 the last time this even went out for a bid? And why does this all sound so shocking? Because it is. This district is actually choosing to keep all of this and more while cutting 111 teachers, teaching assistants, counselors, social workers, and guidance counselors, and then cutting another 48 SRPs, which include nurses, aides, security, clerical, and buildings and ground staff, many of whom have grown up here and decided to raise their families here. Fuse is extremely concerned about how these massive cuts to programs and services will impact our students' learning. I respectfully request that this board find the courage to re-examine these budget choices.
Yeah. Next up is Mr. Jeremy Vivolo. Mr. Jeremy Vivolo.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Jeremy Vivolo. I'm a proud product of New Rochelle City School District, current resident, parent of 2 children in this school who have had a great experience thanks to these Fuse members. I'm also the brother of a teacher in the district, the husband of a teacher in the district, and I myself have been a teacher in this district for over 20 years at Isaac Young, a place where I was educated in the social studies department. I would like to say to carry over some of my teaching experience today and give you guys a learning target. I will be able to re-examine the proposed budget cuts. To begin our lesson, I want to start off with a quote by FDR in 1938 during the greatest financial crisis our country faced. I never forget that I live in a house owned by all the American people and I have been given their trust. I feel the same way about myself and all my Fuse members behind me. We know and don't forget that we work in buildings paid for by the community and that they have given us our trust with the most important job, educating their children, keeping them safe and comfortable during school hours. I hope that we are knocking on the mayor's door every single day and asking how much in taxes those new developments are paying and if it is their fair share, because it would be a shame if it's not. As a member of the community, I am very fortunate to run into old students, sit down and talk. I've had them buy me breakfast, dessert, coffee, drinks, the good ones. And because, as those students told me, you deserve it. These other Fuse members have the same exact story. Because the students knows it was the Fuse members that they saw every day facing them. It was those who had the impact on their life. So the question is, what now? A few years ago, I addressed the board. I spoke at that meeting. This time I quoted Lincoln. And I had said, we are not enemies, but friends. We must not be enemies. I stand by that today, but you guys need to listen to us. Yes, New Rochelle is a big community for a suburb, but it has always been run mom and pop. And in the past few years, with City Hall getting larger, that feeling is dissipating and obviously at a cost to all of us. You have a wonderful staff, and I really truly hope that's appreciated. But it makes me ask a question. Why do we continue to purchase new math and reading programs while throwing other ones out, despite our teachers having concerns about them? When we see this happen many times, the latest trend in education and professional development coming in for someone who taught for 2 years and now was 10 years ago. You want good PD? Look behind you. A cheaper cost, you don't have to provide it. Our mission statement states we will provide a high quality and challenging education for every child in a safe, nurturing environment that embraces our rich diversity and drives our success. I can promise you we will do that, but it's going to be a lot easier without these cuts. So now it's time for your exit ticket. I really need you guys and all of us to think about these proposed budget cuts. What's the priority inside to our district? And I lead you with another quote by Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. The time is always right to do what is right.
Next up is Miss Aisha Cook. Miss Aisha Cook.
Why is it so late? This reminds me of Fehu days. Linda Kelly, Richard Organishak, Brian Osborne, Magda Parvi, Laura Fehu, Alex Marrero, Jonathan Raymond, and now Corey Reynolds. I've been a teacher in New Rochelle at Columbus Elementary School since 1999. In the same building between 2 grade levels since 1999. The children of my first students are now students at Columbus. That's longevity. The superintendents have changed 8 times since I've been here, 5 in the past 6 years. The constant is us. The teachers and staff. We are the heart and soul of this district. We provide stability to this district. We are the names and the faces that the children and their families know and trust. We know their stories, we know their families, and they know us. We teach them, we coach them, we clean up after them, we serve them lunches, we counsel them, we nurse their wounds, we correct them, we keep them safe, and some of us even change their diapers. We are the school district. Now, I'm in the old guard, nearing the end of my tenure here. I want to make sure our school system continues to provide a world-class education. I sat on the hiring committees for the last 3 years and marveled at the people we ended up hiring. They're fantastic. Fantastic. They're innovative, they're smart, they're idealistic, they have new energy. They have seamlessly integrated into the fabric of our schools. They're beloved by their colleagues, their students, even their administrators. I can't imagine the halls of Columbus without any of them. Losing them as part of the 200 is unfathomable. If they leave to our neighboring districts, even if they're on the 7-year list, they won't come back. Why would they take that risk again? They won't. We already have some of the federal level, we already have someone at the federal level dismantling the Department of Education. We need to keep our school system whole. Please think long and hard about the proposed staffing cuts and what they mean. I'm requesting this board find the courage to re-examine these cuts. Do it somewhere else.
Next up is Sarah Yetterin. Miss Sarah Yetterin.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Yetarian, and I have been in this community for 32 years. I sent all 4 of my children through Davis, Columbus, Albert Leonard, New Rochelle High School. I was president of the PTA at Columbus for 3 years, and I'm in my 24th year as a special education teacher at Albert Leonard. There was a time, not too long ago, when I could tell you who was leading our district office. We had our superintendent, Linda Kelly, our assistant superintendents, Dr. Massimo and Dr. Koristoff. We had Peg Pecunia as our HR, and my supervisor, Yvette Gorovich, who was the director of special education. All of these folks I knew by name, and they knew me by name. And it was a wonderful relationship. For some reason, when Yvette Gorovich left, she was replaced by 2 people. And eventually those 2 people morphed into 3 people. And along with those 3 people came their assistants. And then at some point, the 5 people that I knew in the district office became 10, and then more 12, 15, and their assistants and so on, you know what I'm saying. In addition to that, when my kids were at school, there was one principal and there was one vice principal. That was in the elementary school, that was in the middle school, and that was at the high school. So I'm not understanding why we have 2 assistant principals at the high school when we have principals, house principals, and a principal. And I'm not understanding why we're having 2 principals at the elementary school, 2 vice principals at the elementary school. I'm so confused about that. It doesn't make sense. And in addition to the numerous people that have been introduced to our district, there have also been numerous programs that have been introduced. In the last 12 years, every 2 years, there's a new reading program, or there's a new math program. And I respect the fact that we want to be innovative and creative, except that here's what happens. Our teachers have to be pulled out of class to be able to learn the programs. We have to spend money on the resources for the programs. We have to spend money on the coverages to cover the teachers who have now left the classes. And in 2 years, we're going to do a new program. So we keep cycling through it, and nobody ever asks the teachers what works. Nobody consults us. And that's a problem of resources, of money misspent. I hope very much so that the board will consider what you've heard tonight, especially after our wonderful Davis students' presentations. It's even surprising that we're here. How can we have such a presentation from these kids and support the teachers and the work they do and then say, oh, by the way, we have to let 111 of you go? Please, please consider making your cuts in different areas. Have the courage to do so. Have the courage to just look at it again and make the hard choices that you said have to be made, but make them, as Aisha said, somewhere else. Thank you.
Next up is Ms. Candelario, Alexis Candelario.
Good evening. Alexis Candelario, teacher at Columbus School since 1997, almost 28 years. Resident of New Rochelle since 2003, 22 years. Parent of 2 young adults who graduated from our public schools, class of 2021 and class of 2024. Board members, Superintendent Reynolds, New Rochelle community. We all know the beloved saying, it takes a village to raise a child. Tonight I ask, please keep our village whole. A whole instructional staff means our students will continue to receive individual attention and care from their elementary teachers, secondary teachers, special education teachers, and teaching assistants. Keep our village whole. Our students and families will continue to receive support from our clinicians and counselors. Keeping our operations and support staff whole means our students remain safe and protected by our security staff. They will continue to receive care from our school nurses, lunch monitors, and aides, and they will continue to learn in classrooms cleaned and sanitized by our custodians. Keep our village whole. To the New Rochelle community, I understand that the proposed budget is a difficult ask. I get it, I live here too. But if the proposed budget is adopted tonight, and we hope it does not, but then voted down in May, it will tear our village apart. It will mean more students in the class with less instructional staff. It will mean fewer programs to service our students in a way that they deserve. With all due respect, the question tonight is not, how did we get here? We do not have the luxury of time to dwell on that. The question tonight is, are we doing everything in our power to keep our village whole? Superintendent Reynolds and board members, keep looking. Find the money. New Rochelle community, do not let this get to a contingency budget. Our village is not just me, and it's not just you. Our village is all of us. Lunch monitors, custodians, security, food service workers, office clerks, counselors, clinicians, TAs, teachers in all departments. Let's keep raising the children of New Rochelle together. Keep our village whole. Thank you.
Next up is Mr. Andrew Newman. Andrew Newman. Andrew Newman. Not seeing him. We'll move on to Miss Brenda DiGiacomo. Brenda? Oh, there she is.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Brenda DiGiacomo. I graduated from our schools in 1996. I'm also a mom of 6 kids, 4 who already graduated from our district, 1 from New Rochelle High School, and 3 from Huguenot Academy, which many people in our district don't know about anymore. I'm also here to discuss, look at all these beautiful faces of our wonderful teachers who stepped up and helped our kids when they were in need. These teachers went way above and beyond during COVID. And now what are we turning around and doing? We're backstabbing them by not knowing who's gonna go. But I hear you talking about people getting fired and all that. Well, when people get fired, aren't we in charge of paying unemployment? Well, where's that factor in our budget? Enough is enough. Their kids are fighting to get education, and we're pulling away the teachers that care. When we should be pulling away the teachers that got plenty of written ups, not doing their jobs, not the ones sitting here fighting for our kids. We need to fight for our kids in this special education. Why do we think the charter school's coming in? We're hearing more talk. I'm hearing more talks at a PTA mom that more kids are going to join the charter school. That's more students who are going to leave. I want to keep our districts going strong. I stood in New Rochelle to get my kids a better education. This ain't doing it no more. Is it time for us to pack up and go somewhere else? Because I'm willing to follow my teachers, the one who provided for my kids. You guys are on the board. You guys don't teach our kids. They do. But meanwhile, we're talking about letting all these people go. But why do we have to add hiring part-time custodians? We need to worry about the teachers. Yes, we need custodians, but make some of the part-timers full-time instead of bringing more people to the district, and keep our teachers. Keep them safe. It's not fair. Because after my son graduates 12th grade, my one in Ward, we'll be out of this district as fast as you let these teachers go. I'm not going to make my son suffer because he's been in this school, but I plan on having all 6 of my kids graduate from here, not 5. Let's do better for our teachers and our students, because taking away security and staff, how many more fights are? Taking away nurses, oh wait, Huguenot already don't got a nurse. Let's step our game up, and let's work out for these kids. Like all these teachers are, these are for our children. We've been through enough superintendents. We've been through enough Board of Ed. We need to do this right for our kids. I'm sorry to yell, but I always talk decent at this meeting. I get upset, but enough is enough. Our kids' education is important.
Next up is Ms. Philomena Daniele. Ms. Daniele. Ms. Daniele.
Kind of short. Good evening. My name is Philomena Daniele, humble member of Fuse Leadership and proud Isaac Young English teacher. Tonight, I will not mince words. This proposed budget will be disastrous to the future of the City School District of New Rochelle. Tonight is an opportunity to take responsibility and accountability. I am not losing sight of the difficulty this entails, but I am asking you to do the hard work to ensure that every student wins. At the New Rochelle Public Library Archive section, shout out for the public library, Jeremy and I researched several years back to determine how we served our students in comparison to today. It showed that we managed with so much less, specifically in the area of administration. In the year 2018, we had approximately 900 more students than today, and we managed with 14 central administrators. Today, we have 42, a 300% increase. Have we increased instructional staff? Not in most classrooms, but we have had an increase in 3 particular areas. 2 areas mandated, ENL and special education, and the third was PPS staff, which include our social workers, our psychologists, guidance counselors, who are vital to the overall well-being of our students. But our content areas on the whole have not increased. This proposed budget only reduces 9 administrative positions, 7 central, 2 building. I repeat, only 9 out of the 200 cuts are administrators, while the remainder of our crucial staff in all other categories, not just teaching, is being decimated. And we are told that there will be more. Are we a district that makes the unconscionable choice to keep an athletic director and a redundant additional position of physical education director?
Please do not refer to single positions.
Both which command 6-figure administrator salaries while cutting crucial reading staff for our most vulnerable learners. The proposed budget says we are. How can we continue to maintain a law firm that bleeds the community dry to the tune of up to $1.5 million a year? It's antithetical to the purpose of changing law firms in the first place. I would like to close with an urgent call to please think more deeply about these proposed cuts and what they signify. What are the priorities of the school district of New Rochelle? Are we a district that ranks saving a number of superfluous administrator jobs?
Thank you, Ms. Daniele.
Thank you.
Next up is Ms. Dee Bailey. Ms. Deetra Bailey, D. Ms. Bailey? Oh, okay.
Good evening, everyone. Okay. The Davis School presentation here truly represents the value and need of the 200 plus here. Make it make sense. So here we are cutting employees. I stand here asking, reconsider please. After this school's presentation, come on, can't you see? Without each of us, just ask yourself, where would our children be? We don't just provide academic instruction, but often extra assistance, mental, social, and emotional support up close and from a distance. Remember COVID? We stood together through whatever the district threw our way. Keep the staff and think of the children like we do every day. We can't teach effectively and efficiently without sufficient security. Teaching assistants, reading specialists, teaching aides, tech support, lunch monitors, cafeteria staff, social workers, clinicians, counselors, nurses, custodians, Camp Health teachers, music and arts programs, foreign language staff, all of our SRPs, and anyone else I missed, because we are so essential, I can't exhaust that list. The children need all of us because we are neuro strong as a unit. Leave us in peace, P-E-A-C-E, not in pieces. Thank you.
Next up is Miss Miriam Dasim. Miriam Dasim. Miriam Dasim. Thank you, Brenda.
Good evening, Miriam Dasim, proud graduate of this school district, chemical engineer. My son will be graduating in May, electrical engineer. We know this district well. I love this district. It provides so much more than many private schools, Catholic schools, a lot because of the people that you have here and the idea that you think that you should balance your budget on their backs is unacceptable. This is the human face to your reckless spending and the reckless decisions that you've made that have gotten us here. This is unacceptable. We've been saying to you some of these things for years. Law firm, you're spending too much money. All of these extra two principals, two assistant principals, all of these extra hires that you've made, we said to you, do not spend temporary money on permanent hires. You made these decisions, and then the board likes to say that they don't make the decisions, but you do because you approve every policy. You make these decisions. We hired superintendents that didn't last. We paid them off. We had to have double superintendents. All of that is where our money went, and it's clear. We've got to change that. I'm asking that you do not approve this budget tonight. So what? We extend it. Extend the election so that you have your 49 days that you need to have. We can figure this out because a lot is at stake. And you haven't explained how we're saving money with what you've presented. You need to do a better job identifying what it is that you're going to do, get us on board, and so we can all figure out what's best for our district. But what you have here today is unacceptable. Don't talk to us about contingency budget. Don't approve this budget tonight. Wait until you figure out, wait till we get some money from the state, wait till we get money from the assemblyman, wait till we figure this out and we figure out who we really need to get rid of. We went from $26,000 per kid when Dr. Colucci was doing the re-registration to $36,000 per child that you mentioned last year. I don't feel that we've gotten $10,000 more of education in our kids. Top heavy. You have hired too many people to do the same jobs. You fired HR, one HR guy, and you brought in like 3. So please, do not approve this budget tonight. Let's figure out a new timeline. So what? Delay the election. Thank you.
Miss Minozi, Nicolette, Miss Minozi.
Hello. My name's Nicolette Minozi. I live in the district. I'm a parent of 4 children who, 2 children attend the high school, 11th grade, 10th grade, and I have 2 children that graduated in 2013, 2015. My daughter went through the PAVE theater program, and she now has her MFA from USC, yes, and is working as a TV screenwriter. And I am also a resident I live in the district. I bought my house in 2018. I'm very proud of that, and I also work in the district. I started at Isaac, and then now I work in the high school. I was cut, my position was cut in 2010, and there were 70 people cut that year, and it was devastating to the district. And then the next year, in 2011, they cut another 70-something people, and then the next year, they cut more people, and then there were hiring freezes for another 2 years after that. And so people started to come back to work in 2014. And it was just, it's upending. It's just to everyone, to the students, to the parents, the teachers, everybody. It's just, and I agree with Ms. Dassim where I think we can wait. I think we can push it. And I think we could try to get Amy Paulin and you know, our state senators to get a firm commitment from Governor Hochul, you know, to give more money for the foundation aid, right? They would play these games back in, you know, when Cuomo was the governor. They would say that they wouldn't give the money to Yonkers, right? And then at the last minute, they would do that, right? So I think they're just testing. I don't know. I don't know what's happening. But I just feel like we should wait and not try to cut as many positions. 200 people, that's a lot of people. You know, that's a lot. That's like, I mean, it's devastating, you know? And then to say that there's going to be more next year, it's just, it doesn't give anybody a feeling of security. It doesn't give anybody a feeling of social and emotional health or mental health. Okay, so thank you very much.
Miss Moody, Amanda Moody? Miss Moody? Madam Clerk, is the people up for public comment? Would anybody else like to sign up for public comment tonight? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move into new business consent agenda personnel resolutions. Colleagues, can I get a motion and a second to approve consent agenda for personnel resolutions number 25-310, 1 through 6, number 25-311, 1 through 13, number 25-312, 1 through 4, and number 25-213, 1 through 16, according to the recommended action for each item.
So moved, Ross.
Second, Clayton Fernandez.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next up is new business consent agenda general resolution. So this is approving the 10-month calendar and 12-month district calendar for the year. Colleagues, can I get a motion and a second to approve resolution number 25-314, approving the 10-month and 12-month district calendar for the 2025-2026 school year?
So move, Vega.
Second, Ross.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next up is the district budget vote, and this is a roll call vote. Please keep it down. Yeah. So we're currently voting on. Colleagues, can I get a motion and a second to approve resolution number 25-315, approving the 2025-2026 proposed annual school budget and authorizing its submission to the voters at the annual school election budget vote May 20th, 2025. And this is a roll call vote. So I need a motion first, a second, and then a roll call.
So motion, Vega.
Second, Ross.
Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Mr. Iannuzzi?
Yes.
Ms. Barrios Brooks? Ms. Lewis, not present. Ms. Castellano Minaya?
Yes.
Ms. Clayton Fernandez?
Here. Yes.
Ms. Ross?
Yes.
Mr. Single?
Yes.
Mr. Vega?
Yes.
Ms. Williams?
Yes.
Motion carries. Our next meeting is going to be on Thursday, April 3rd at Jefferson Elementary School. Colleagues, can I get a motion and second to adjourn the meeting?
So move, Vega.
Second, Ross.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Good night, everyone.